Welcome, lady lads and gentle lads. We're finally back at it again, doing some live streaming as we were always meant to, as we always should have been, but goddamn if work ain't kicking my ass right now. Ooh. It's been a fun time. And by that I mean it has not been a fun time at all. It's just been a lot of work. A lot of tiring work. Out in the heat, out in the sun. Really takes the strength out of you. And, in keeping with tradition, to have some more strength taken out of me. Brigador just came out with a bunch of new content, like, over the past month. I don't even know what to say about it. I don't even know where to start, quite frankly. We've got a couple new pilots that we can purchase. We got some things to discover. But we'll get to that all in due time. Because right now, I just want to get back into the swing of things. I'm not even going to look at any of these. I just want to have a good time. To just have a quick, easy, breezy run of things. In a Buckmaster, maybe. Now, if I want an easy time of things, I should probably be choosing something way different. Entirely different. Main and auxiliary, heavy and heavy. A low mill. You can get the Leviathan now, which is great. Absolutely fantastic. And we're all going to take a look at that soon. Trademark. God, there is so much. And then there's this thing. We're gonna save that for last. For now, though, let's go with a, Buckmaster. Let's do it. Let's do it. What was the Pitbull again? Ah, it is a rocket. The Banshee. Buckmaster armed with a Banshee and what else? Christ, I don't even remember what half these weapons do anymore. I think the lockdown did stunning. But a part of me really likes the bone saw. But I should probably take something different. Maybe a donkey, short-range flat arc, long-range flat arc. I'll take a Carlos. I think a Carlos will be okay. Special is going to be active camo. I think it's Q to activate that. And now, which operation are we doing? Which operation? Random 4 districts? Is that somewhere in here? Random 3. Let's just do quick random 3 districts. Alright. Also, because of how much coffee I've had to have today, I'm feeling just about as dizzy as if I was drunk, so... oh boy, it's gonna be a wild night. But I want to hear from you guys. How are things going? Weren't those unlocked at one point? No. There's a bunch of new content that got released, Winnie. A bunch of new content. Don't you want to play as an infantryman with a meat gun and a very large meat gun? Honestly, I don't even know. I'd like to say I know, but honestly I don't. Because right now, I'm barely able to think. And I mean that literally. I am struggling to be cognizant. Ow, that was an ouchie. Ah yes, the Banshee, one of my favorite weapons. You should have some Jaeger bombs. Honestly, I should not. It's fireworks season. Is it already the 4th of July? No, that's tomorrow. At least on my end of the world, it's tomorrow. As it is also for basically everyone else in North America. Not even basically everyone else, it's just tomorrow. Okay? It's just tomorrow. The answer is yes, infantry is special. 1 HP and like 20 shields. Wow, you can play as actual infantry. Based. You stop that right now. Man, I love Corvids. I love Corvids. I love them. God, missing at point blank. So good. Except it isn't. That's the spirit. That's less the spirit. I don't like this spirit. This spirit, this one does not make for good Christmas. Alright. Yes, but fireworks have already started. They're going on outside my house right now. Yep, I imagine they would be. Didn't do much to celebrate Canada Day on my end either. I mean, eh. Oh, hello. Oh, this is going to be fun. Well, remember kids, walk backwards solves a lot of problems for you. Actually hitting your target also solves a lot of problems. You know what doesn't solve problems, though? Running out of ammunition, which I'm basically there. So, you know. Oh. Thank you. Ammunition. Love to see it. And as suspected, it's machine gun ammo. Delicious. Yes. Yum. Crunch. Munch. Yeah, I mean, I've never had much trouble sleeping through fireworks either. I once slept through an artillery barrage. It was at an air show, granted, but, you know, it's funnier when you don't give people that context. Right? I'm in a bad situation. I've got a disease and the only cure is the death of my enemies. Delicious. Alright. I mean, naturally we're going for 100% completion of these missions. You know, 100% completion or no balls. There, delightful. Okay, we've only lost half of our irreplaceable health. Not the worst. Granted, it's not the greatest, but it's not the worst. We'll leave that for later. Later being right now. I don't think I destroyed the machine gun depot, did I? Cool, I gotten all of those. But there are two depots that I have yet to defeat, and one of them is the machine gun depot. Tragic. But we'll get there. We'll solve the problem. After all, OSHA compliance is of strict importance to us, and goddamn do we see a lot of violations of OSHA right now. Remember, compliance is the better part of valor. Ah. Okay, is that the enemies? Not quite. There's a couple more. One of them's right here, even. Okay, that's the captain's. Am I gonna search the map for 3 more enemies? No, I'm not. This is as good as 100% completion in my mind. Nice to see you too, Lolbit. It's been a while. It has been a while. And we deploy. Okay. Right. This is one of my least favorite maps, but I'll accept it. And we're dealing with spacers. Did I ever tell you guys just how much I love fighting spacers? I love it so much. A lot, in fact. Actually, before destroying this, I'm going to restock at it. Delightful. Oh yeah. We're playing with the big boys now. Let's go. Oh crap. Oh, it's still alive. Oh, that's even less good. Well, we managed to thin out that crowd fairly well. That's delightful. Okay. Oh crap. Well, on the bright side, we don't have to go find the enemy. Less bright side. I'm out of good ammunition again. God, those things are so annoying. Well, that's delightful. Okay. Okay. Our moment of clenching is over. I spoke too soon. The moment of clenching had not passed. Delightful. They fire artillery at air shows in the Czech Republic. Or, as it's now known, apparently Czechia. But anyway, that's where they do it. You're watching over your sister's 2 pit bulls. What are their names? There we are. Well, that was as terrifying as facing spacers ever is. You will not say. Okay. Something that can't be said in stream chat. Gotcha. Corvids, again. Delightful. Well, let's not attract the entire Brumagard just yet. They will slap me with that doggy lawsuit. And that's why they call it doggy style. Ooh. Man, I hate bullfrogs. Delightful. Now we attract some attention. Or alternately we don't. Nope, we attracted a bit. Oh wait, it's the 4-quadrant map. Oh, this is gonna be hell. Alright. Gun solves all. Gun usually does. It's the first thing they teach you in Diplomacy 101. Gun solves all. Man. Losing sleep. It's a great time. Great time all around. But it's almost worth it if there's money at the end of it. Oh, that's not great. Oh, hello. Well, we're gonna pop that now. There we go. All good to go. We'll get this mission done, and then we'll, I think, start unlocking some of the new stuff. Anyone else in this quadrant? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Phenomenal. Slow and steady is how we like to do it. Although I gotta say, traversing this map in this mech, it's damn annoying. Just because there's so much stuff to trip over. And it doesn't exactly have the best collision damage. It does take a while to actually pop things while piloting this mech. Oh, hello. Well, that was close. But all's well that sees you alive, and, you know, so long as you're alive. I think my guns were better than his. Okay. One more captain and one more depot to deal with. The question is, where are they? Well, the depot is over in this direction, and the captain is up to the... that way. And naturally, we still have a couple of stragglers left on the map, as we always do, but there's not much you can really do about that. There we go. Right then. Mission accomplished. Heck, we even found one of the last remaining dudes. Isn't that just nice? And some parting shots for the civilians. All right. Okay. So then. Let's start unlocking things. Pilots, MT Foxtrot. Well, before I can do that, I actually have to go into acquisitions. For 5 million. Wow. Those are some shades. Note, exclusively fights alternate spawn lists. His payouts aren't that great. Start difficulty of 1. What's this guy's start difficulty? Max. Increase per level is 1. MT Foxtrot unnerves me. Man or machine. Over a long enough timeline, everything hits terminal fatigue. Mental or metal. This guy's hit both. A shot-out barrel. A double-fed cartridge stuck in the rifle of a dead conscript. Just look at his eyes. No time left on the clock. Sure, there's the off-world death squad work on the CV and that exotic tack rig he wears to back it up. He walks. He might talk. He obeys orders better than all these cut-rate lotto ticket contracts the SNC loves handing out so much. But I'm telling you, there's no driver at the wheel. Send him back to his original handler, the one even uglier than me. When this guy detonates, nobody is going to want to be around to witness it. For all the burnt fuses we are handing out cartridges and cash to, that says everything. Brother Livewell Cotton. Max difficulty, very good. But starts at 4. Interesting. There's a war tape from Kinmundi I have that I'm pretty sure is Cotton. Sets up a perfect ambush with an ancient self-propelled gun. Pastes a huge spacer mech. It's beautiful. Just textbook, really. He'd been running a company-sized guerrilla operation up in the mountains for months. But after that ambush, it didn't matter what kind of good luck or true believer mojo he had. By the end of the tape, most of his men are dead. Occupying Spacers just yawned and committed half a year's allocation of seeker drones to bomb them back to whatever preferred level of prehistory their cult thought was ideal. Yet Cotton survived. These days he's still a true believer for the Ludic path, but he left his idealism buried with his men. Whatever it takes to bring victory to the path, his own salvation be damned. I hear the brother wept when he found out he was 100% Cranial Jack compatible. And Warlord Kanta. Whoa. I have to insist that taxonomically it is incorrect to call Miss Kanta a spacer. Yes, she has acquired an impressive array of their equipment and has a similarly outsized appetite for self-indulgence, but spacers themselves dismiss her as little more than a dirt-eater's gauche imitation. I suspect she is driven in part by this disdain, as Warlord Kanta has pierced what few taboos remain intact within spacer culture, most notably cloning. This may explain her bicentennial longevity better than her lucidic dabblings, especially given how many credible accounts exist of her death. Regardless, she has built a small empire through the decades of clever piracy, and now leverages existing feuds between major logistics companies to sustain her fortune. This she spends on research unfettered by social or scientific preconceptions. Would that I could assist her. Now, vehicles. The Monarch. Corvid design is still Corvid design. Hold on a second, I'm pretty sure I've read this at some point in the past, but whatever, I'm unlocking it again. Corvid design is still Corvid design, doesn't matter if it's got a fresh coat of NEP green. The idea was to create as narrow a profile as possible on a support mech so you could stick it on the front line and worry less about it getting shot. My god. It's been years, and none of the children outside have grown up enough to stop howling like demons every time they play outside. Jesus Christ. It just doesn't end. It's been years since they've moved in here, and they still howl like banshees. But anyway, getting back to this. Which is fine, except for the part where stuffing all the guts in a line out the back gives you a side profile the size of Central. It can throw a lot of firepower from a good vantage, but the unique interface design requires a separate driver and a gunner. Rare on a Loyalist mech. Personally, they're an eyesore, but some in the brass must love them because they keep getting built. The Pelennor. Somewhat more uncommon power suit with an auxiliary mount and the distinctive left-hand shield plate. The Pelennor is better equipped than Mongoose and can take twice the beating. Basically a command variant. Better comms, longer range, better than a Mongoose in most respects, save the much larger profile. It can't keep pace with larger leg units, and so tends not to be paired as frequently for escort like the Mogs, but will take a Carlos on the chin without breaking stride. Extending and accidentally thumping the head of an unruly civvy with a shield is against regs, but somehow new drivers always get trained how to do it. And I should howl back and ask to join in. Make a fun scream to join the Banshees. Suddenly Irishmen down the block are just going to be crying in their sleep tonight. The Blackjack. Whoa. Someone in the Corvids stopped huffing gasoline long enough to bolt something together with a semblance of balance and symmetry? That'd make the front page newspaper, if it weren't illegal to write about or even mention the Corvids. The Blackjack is a pressurized transport container with even more armor on top and about 3 agravs worth of indirect vision systems slaved in to compensate for the fact that driving one feels like being strapped in a chair at the bottom of a well. Drivers can't tell if they're untouchable or if they're drowning. Better to be in one than on the receiving end of those double cannons, though. 2 turret mounts. Icky. The Coffin. Oh boy, the Coffin. Look at this cute thing. An essential part of any insurrection is getting all your soldiers in love with death, because that's what most of them are going to meet sooner than the triumph of the cause. Corvids realized this pretty quickly. Early on, they didn't enjoy nearly the same caliber of design and maintenance personnel that they now control easily, with a seemingly endless cadre of disillusioned loyalist veterans. Before you can build or steal the heavy stuff, you better get good at using explosives in densely populated areas, and the cheapest, nastiest ambushes you can think of. Get those angry kids into a low-slung cage and a bone saw with the barrel nearly shot out, grafted onto a pair of mongoose legs? That's a coffin. Get them stimmed up and cover them with tarps and debris like you see on any street. Wait until the Drummond commander leans out of his cupula and his foot patrol have stopped to ogle the Texas 7 dancers, leaving after their shift. Start firing once the Molotovs from the roof hit the commander. The coffins are at can't-miss range, and then they're running back alleys with a smokescreen behind them before anyone realized what happened. Eventually, those kids get promoted to something that might keep them alive for longer than 3 minutes at a stretch. Oh boy, gotta blow my nose quick. I was scraping lead paint today, you see. Well, we'll see Joseph soon, as he's gotta take his dog out. The Usul. Hello, spacer monstrosity. At first glance, this looks like a sleepwalker's big brother, but that's where the similarities stop. At the top end, Spacer Tech allegedly starts to heavily favor hard shields and big weapons. Most of the stack you see is heat dispersal and coolant recycling for the incredible amounts of shielding the thing carries. Still haven't managed to see one fire that big laser. Not sure I want to. The Widow. This is one of those designs where the striping of the fascia makes identifying key components and sensor clusters pretty hard from the footage I've got more of. Or I've got of it. So ask me later. I should have a more exacting analysis of its capabilities by then. What I do know is that the Widow seems to live up to its nasty reputation. You don't see nearly as many of them elsewhere, like the Cantor, but spacers don't like to share. Lots of exhaust and venting for those lasers means you should stay worried about meeting one of these on the battlefield, in my professional opinion. The Leviathan. What the Leviathan sacrifices in maneuverability and humility, it gains in sheer intimidation factor. Unquestionably an arms procurement boondoggle and cash grab led by the late General Crakes, the Leviathan surprised everyone during test trials by actually kind of working. And not just for PsyOps. It's huge and stupid tall for a tank. I mean Corvid stupid tall. But the backroom guys, they thought they'd just throw him on the project to get it rammed through procurement. Ended up doing an incredible thing. It's a deeply wrong-headed concept realized better than all possible expectation. They built a tank even taller and more heavily armed than a Citadel. and it's actually seen combat several times, not just rolled out for grand parade in front of the great leader. There are rumored to be less than 50 total produced, which makes sense. This thing is insane. Well, I could keep working my way through these, but for now I think I'll stop for a little bit. Equipment-wise, I have everything. Operations. You might as well just buy them because it's things you can play on. Intel-wise over here. Fuck and all. Ah. This one I'll save for later as well. As well as these. For now, let's go back and do another freelance mission. Ugh. I want to see what an alternative spawn list is. So, we're going to roll out with Warlord Kanta. And we're going to... oh, I don't know. Roll out in a coffin, maybe. There we go. This is where the action's going to be at. Now I've just got to remind myself what these all are. It's a shotgun. Ah yes, the Ma Deuce. .20mm chain gun. Oh, which of these did I like? I think I'm gonna go with a shoddy. Shoddy and, was the pinch a good weapon? I don't remember. Rocket. Eh. Fragmentation mortar. I think I'll go with a bone saw. Active camo. Nah, we go smoke projector. Now we go kinetic pulse. Kinetic pulse is funny. Let's do another 3 districts. AoE stun that destroys shields. Interesting. Delightful. Let's give that another go. Alright. Okay. Okay. Forgot which way I was facing and got myself caught. Unfortunate. Anyway. Let's try to get this figured out a bit better. Alright. Not quite what I wanted, but I'll take it. Ow. Okay, so it's all tanks, I guess? All loyalist tanks? I mean, it's an interesting choice, to be sure. Owie. Alarms. Alarms ain't no fun. But whatever. We'll deal. Uh-oh. Oh well, that was predictable, I suppose. Yum. I tried to use an audio kinetic pulse as a camo. It didn't work out for me. Regrettably. And to maybe nobody's surprise but my own. Why has it gotta be these things? They're so tanky. Alright. Gonna have to get myself some liquid soon. Eh. Those things are too tanky for what I have. Okay. I think if I'm going to do the coffin, I need to get a better secondary. What was it, the pinch? Yeah. Let's try deploying with a pinch. Alright. God, I hate those things. They got such big guns. Okay. Getting the hang of this weapon combo. Right, so. Yeah. Right, let's put this in a place where I can see it better. That is to say, my phone, so I can look at chat. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, where were we? Spawn list, just mess with what units you run into. This one, for example, is, as you noted, all tanks. There are some pretty special ones. So far, I've just gotten nothing but the all tanks with this one, so I don't know. That is a... Mountain Dog, why'd you change your name to be so long in your stream chat? Why does it have to be so long? In any case, I'm going to go quickly bounce and get myself something to drink, and I'll be right back. Alright. Where were we? Let's check up on chat. The problem with spawn lists is that there are only a few for each difficulty. Possibly only one even, so I don't think you can run into others when you are at whatever level that pilot starts at. Though that's not such a problem for most other pilots, as they only have a small change to cause it in the first place. Interesting. So no matter what, I'm just going to be going up against the same bloody spawn list each time because of the pilot's difficulty progression. Interesting. So it actually pays to go with this guy, because that way you actually run into more spawn lists? I mean, okay, let's put that to the test. Although, I've had enough of the coffin, I think. I have had enough of the coffin. But I will go into acquisitions again and talk about vehicles. Since I did 2 mechs already in a row, I'm thinking tank. Let's go with the Stepper. Loyalist treads on a pickup truck cut in half both directions with a big engine attached. Then the hood is built into a turret section for the gunner. You don't want to know where the driver has to sit. Not a very convincing impression of a tank, but it's useful enough for intimidating the locals. Delightful. There was a tank. Stepper. Primary weapon. What was the Jericho again? Is this the one that has like a really broad range? I don't think it is. Chuffer, broiler. I'm gonna go with the Galenia. And as a secondary turret, Disco. Yeah, let's go with the Disco. Let's do that. Audio Kinetic Pulse. Let's keep the Audio Kinetic Pulse. Operation Random 3 Districts. Let's put this thing to the test. Oh, it's this thing again. I remember what it is now. I had a feeling it looked familiar. It's that tiny railgun. The bad one. Oh, okay, hello. Suicide Infantry is a new one. But with the spawn list only pilots, it can actually decrease unit diversity only for the first mission. Huh. Interesting. Well, it'll be something to keep in mind, definitely. I mean... it's a bunch of new content. The devs apparently did address it a little bit. So... there were some complaints, and they seem to have fixed them. Or at least some of them. Which is good. Which I like. Honestly, the developers of Brigador, fucking fantastic. Absolute gems. Love them to bits. Better than Russ Bullock any day of the week. And I'm just looking forward to Brigador 2. Whenever the hell it actually ends up coming out. Ain't got no idea when that's gonna be. But, you know, I'm there for when it happens, you know? Also, I don't think it's a criticism to say that they're just, you know, recycling old content from their game in order to reuse as things they give to the player. But it's still more support than other companies are willing to do for their game years down the line. I mean, like, what has Bethesda done? They tried to introduce paid modding. You know. That was a very highly valuable change, no doubt, to be introduced. And I mean, you know, you re-release Skyrim 10 fucking times and, like, don't improve or address any of the issues it has, ever. So, yeah. Were this another company, I'd be giving them shit for it, but most other companies wouldn't even put in this much effort. So like I said, it's not a criticism. It's actually something I'm glad they do. No joke. Full real. Ah, map is cleared. Let's go. Now, what kind of spawn list am I going to get this time? I think this is a character that gets better as the difficulty progresses, so you do want him on larger. Mission sets. Ow, I think I took a bomb to the face. We'll just wait for a Sonic Pulse in order to get rid of that. And I think for the next mission set we're going to do, I mean, I'm also going to read out some more of the new lore acquisitions there are. But effectively, as soon as we'll do that, I'll take a request on what kind of vehicle I should be piloting, as well as the weapons that are supposed to be mounted onto it. So, give your requests in chat, and we'll go ahead and do that as soon as I'm done with this. We are saving the big vehicle for last, by the way. The one that looks like a pot with a head stuck inside it. That one we're saving for last. Yeah, and that's exactly why I'm not complaining about it, Joseph. I'm just glad that they're still supporting the game so many years in. And just giving players something fun to do, despite the fact that they never really had the budget to make a second game. At least not in the way that they wanted to. I mean, I've mentioned it before, but if it wasn't for Mandalore, then this game would not have been able to make back a lot of its investment. And it had to make it back after, like, several years of being in the dark. Just because, initially, even if people were, like, interested in it, they didn't actually bother picking the game up. Where am I headed for my objective? Oh, it's over there. There we go. And it's sad to say I was one of them. I was looking at this game going, man, this looks like a lot of fun, and just didn't end up buying it. Especially not when it launched. The rollout of the update was pretty bad. Most already was broken and would fire at your feet and hit yourself if you aim too far away. Oof, that's bad. That's ouchies. Auto-firing artillery firing at your own feet? That's an oversight. I just hope that development on Brigador 2 is progressing smoothly finally. And not just because, you know, I think it would be funny to see, or to play as big, steppy lady robot as we see in the trailer. Content for it. Although that would be fucking hilarious too, so, you know. We're here for it. This game is wild. The universe that they've actually created. I love the lore for it. It's also similarly wild. And I just wish I was around to see it all happen earlier. Like, even after the Mandalore review, I bought the game, and then I just slept on it. I didn't even bother playing it for, like, 2 years. Or something along those lines. Oh my god, Killdozer Fiesta is... it hurts me. Alright, we have objectives in this direction. Let's do them. What did I miss? Asks Winnie. Well, just me giving what sounded like backhanded praise to the company or the developers of this game for rolling out content, which is just basically recycled assets that you never were able to get your hands on as a player, but that you could fight against, which I would try to make pains to assure that, no, this is not a criticism, because in today's climate, video gaming climate, this is the sort of stuff you would be expected to pay for. Whereas these guys are just, 5 years after this game's release, rolling it out for free because, they love us. And we love them as a result. Quick, say no homo or it's gay. But c'est la vie. Okay, come on. I have one more dude over here to deal with. Let's get you dealt with. That's the spirit. And we're gonna take a very direct path to the exit. Chiefly because I just don't want to, press anything other than the W button and the spacebar. Well, I'll make slight course alterations just to actually be on target. And I'm not gonna fuck around with that wall because no. There we go. Smashy power equals enemy power. I have no idea what you're trying to insinuate. Okay. Let's go back to acquisitions and press some more buttons and do some more reading. The Saint Benjamin. The St. Benjamin, or Benji, is one of those big slop wagons from the waste outflow watershed that's been power washed and turned into a mobile artillery station. These heaps have no shields to speak of, but they hang far enough back and look so unthreatening they have a shocking lifespan. Benjis proved effective enough that Corvid stopped waiting for them to break down before stealing them. So now there's hardly any left in the watershed, and it shows. The Boris. This kind of chassis repurposing is common enough among the NEP, but you rarely see it with Corvids. Their vehicular manufacturing is so broadly distributed you just don't get standardized parts, and at least not in the volume to supply more than one design. They must really love the chook, though, if they're building enough uppers to outpace that stockpile of stolen and scavenged fork legs. As for Boris himself, the base is so broad that it's able to compensate for the height of the gun turret, and without any of the spacer's dark arts either. But because it's not constantly at risk of tipping over like a chook, the drivers are actually far more at risk with that open canopy once the shields pop. Everything's a trade-off. The Brunhilde. Wow. That's something. At some point, even the Fafnir wasn't enough. Every tank gets its upgrade package eventually, even a tank the size of an apartment block. The Fafnir's up-gunned artillery variant, the Brunhilde, has been rumored to exist but not seen in the wild prior to the present economic opportunity. As if we hadn't suspected a rather tight working relationship between the SNC and the more mercenary elements of the Spacer military, here's proof. Intel suggests the Spacers already had a contingent on the ground on the outskirts of Solo Nobre, just prior to this whole thing starting. Which leads me to believe that Great Leader was looking to cut a deal to upgrade his military with Spacer tech. I don't think he ever figured on the Brunhilde raining down cluster munitions on his own city. the Fafnir. The Fafnir is the single largest combat vehicle to make landfall on Solo Nobre, so far as I know. It's an uncharacteristic extravagance for spacers. In terms of sheer tonnage, everything that comes down from space has to go back up. Or does it? There's good evidence these things are never intended to go back into space once deployed. Talk about spacer arrogance. Never go back on an invasion. At least, never packing up their incredibly destructive rolling command centers / fortresses. When spacers pulled out of the siege of Andros, they left a pack of Fafnirs with all the guns auto-targeting anything that moved. Once they finally shelled the beasts into submission, they cracked open the hulls and found hypertrophied internals of a regular tank. Reserve shield generator units, oversized grav couches, and a human head wired into the center of the thing. Cephaloids creep me out. The Hatun. Hey, what if the Hadhrat was really worth fielding? At some point, some spacer must have asked the question, and the end result was the Hatun. Faster, better shielded, and more versatile, the Hatun belongs at the front of every spacer army. Too bad the Hadhrat still holds top billing. The only explanation I can see is spacer arrogance. They just love those big floating cannons. In the meantime, the Hatun has a second life in the black market, where it's sold to mercenaries looking for a reliable all-round tank. Cross them at your peril. And this is the Hadhrat. The Vish. I'm unclear on whether the Busker or Vish came first, or if they were parallel projects, but together they make for an interesting comparison. Boils down to the question of whether you want to stack your firepower onto a single mount or distribute it across a smaller pair. The fact that both vehicles exist means even spacers didn't get a straight answer on that one. The Balder. Fast and low. Why can't the Corvids build anything like this? Or any regular / loyalist type's arm contractor, for that matter. This thing is more speed than armor, but with that low of a profile, you've got a much better survival rate than most drivers. There's a power plant and some shielding and optics package, and that's about it. Too bad every attempt at reverse engineering these infernal ball-tread drive systems ends up in very messy failure. The Schultz. Take the Fritz, toss out most of its more sophisticated components, and weld a Sparrow on top. There you go. Schultz at your service. I don't know if this was a case of making the Fritz more maintenance-friendly, an odd solve for excess Sparrow uppers, or just a symptom of the NEP's perpetual desire to upgun its arsenal. Regardless, the Schultz makes for an odd but workable large-caliber tank destroyer. Design Bureau keeps messing with its gyros. Doesn't always mean something's wrong. Plenty of revisionists in that crowd, tinkering for its own sake. The Rook. It's ugly, it's slow, and it floats. The NEP platoons use these as punishment details and on rare occasions when a handful are available as recreational vehicles. It turns out flying two of these things into each other is a lot of fun, as long as you wait a few hours after your last meal. I've also heard there's something with rooks called shanty bowling, but I haven't seen it myself. If you come across any of these in combat, take pity on the pilot, but remember that they build these things to last. And we'll deal with some spacer agravs later on. But for now, I sort of want to roll out in one of these. And so we'll do just that. However, I'm going back to my faithful pilot, Precursor James. We're getting our freak on with the Brunhilde, with primary weapons of, what was it, secondary, main is a what? Was it the Baleo that was the really big cluster mortar? I think it was. Either way, as our primary, I'm gonna go with a Kraken. I think I'll go with a Chieftain. The Harvester. Okay, yeah, so I want the Harvester on this thing. As our secondary, I think I'll go with a Thunderclap. Special, EMP Grenade, Operation, Random 3 Districts. Oh. I hate that it's a vehicle that moves like this. Ooh, I don't like it. Oh, it already has the artillery mounted into it. Oh, that is cruel. Well then. I hate that it's a tank that floats like an Agrav. I hate it so much. Oh boy. Oh, controlling this thing's a nightmare. Although it does zoom you out a bunch, which is nice. The fact that it zooms you out is pretty cool. It means you can actually, you know, do useful things. Like seeing. Although I've noticed that it upscales, or it keeps the scale of your enemy units, but it downscales all of the buildings. So it makes the ranges a bit screwy. Although, goddamn, if you aren't unleashing a hellstorm. Dear grid coordinates, I hope this artillery shell finds you well. Yeah, it just looks a bit funky seeing this thing move as quickly as it does. Like, admittedly, it is a bit cute, but at the same time, it is so weird. Immersion broken. Not even joking. Although it does make for a fun bit of a power trip, gotta say. It does do that. It's almost too easy, and I was sort of worried about this with the auto-firing weaponry, that it's just going to be too effective. And so far my suspicions are correct. It is too effective. Oh, come on, where's that last turret? Did I really miss it all the way up here? Christ's sake. I bloody did. What a tragedy. I hit myself a little there. You can turn off auto-firing with a hotkey, but you don't remember what it is. Yeah. I mean, I think I've seen enough of the Brunhilde. Definitely enough to know that, sure, it's a bit of goofy fun, but eh. The Schultz is probably a bit more of the same. Well, no, it isn't. The one that's going to be a bit more of the same is going to be the Leviathan. This thing is going to be terror. Instead, I think I'll go back into acquisitions and I'll get myself a Z Prime. Yeah. Proof that living in space too long makes you crazy. The Z Prime is a floating deployment platform used mainly in far-flung spacer outposts. They rig it up with sensor arrays and weapon platforms, plus some communications technology I wasn't able to identify from the samples I've managed to scrape together. The Zed's real purpose, though, is like an interplanetary scarecrow. But the fear of the cold void that spacers grow up longing for. Put that fear into the Dirt Eaters. Or, not but put the fear of the cold void. There's also the Cataphract. The Longboard, and the Lexov. All of which I've suddenly decided I don't feel like reading about anymore. Because I've already done this once before. Instead, we'll focus on this in just a moment, but I'm going to take the Z Prime out for a spin. First, I'm going to do that. Man, what were these things normally armed with? Were they chieftains? I think it was dual atomos. And active camouflage is another thing these things had. Okay. Let's go for it. Still not enough war crimes. Well, it's time for war crimes, everybody. Oh, hello. I think this thing makes your missions more difficult. Just a hunch. Just a hunch. Now this is more what I was talking about. Now we're cooking with heat. This is doing it for me. Oh, it has a horn. Where's the horn button? What is the horn button? Binds. Horn. H. I'm not hearing any horn, guys. Settings. Was it sounds, maybe? No, I don't think I've... Yeah, I think everything's good. I don't know if it's glitched out, but I don't hear no horn. Which disappoints me to no end. Huh. weird. Not sure what to make of that. Well, I'm not about to restart the mission in order to find out. That's for sure. You gotta love it. It's so good. It had one before release if you use the console or mods to play it as the Z. Interesting. So maybe... Here. I'm gonna restart. Okay, it's not doing it. Now, there has to be something that I've disabled. That is screwing around with this. Voices. Yeah, no, everything here is fine. Use old lighting. Huh. Well, in any case, let's try deploying one more time. Yeah, something's not right about that. Is it just the vehicle? Let's try this guy, why not? Kraken, lockdown, special, operation, deploy. Yeah, okay, it has it. So, the Z is glitched out for some reason, that's good. 10 out of 10. In any case. So yeah, we gave the Z a go. I mean, it's the Z. It's cool. I like it. Now let's try Mother's Love. No data available. Delightful. Well then. Should I go with 2 Atomos again? Why not? EMP grenade, and just 1 random district should be enough. Let's give this a good old run.
Solo build rate must fall. Solo build rate must fall.
Hilarious.
Solo build rate must fall. Solo build rate must fall. Solo build rate must fall.
Hilarious.
Solo build rate must fall. 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 Solo build rate must fall.
Like, it doesn't even give you the chance to pick up ammunition.
Solo build rate must fall. Solo build rate must fall.
Eh. Yeah, we got it.
Must fall. Solo build rate 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 must fall.
Delicious.
Solo build
love
rate must fall. Solo build rate must fall. Solo build rate must
Rebind the horn. Yeah, rebinding the horn clearly
Solo
wasn't
build
the
rate
issue.
Must fall. Solo build rate must fall. Solo build
Bind
rate
it to the
must fall.
bind it to the shoot button so that the
Solo build
bullets
rate
honk.
must fall. Solo build rate must fall. Solo build rate must fall.
Yeah, you honestly have
Solo
so
build
many
rate
turrets
must fall.
that it's just hilarious.
Solo build rate must fall. Solo build rate must fall.
Oh boy, guys, I'm accelerating. Oh, I was going so fast. Oh, blistering. That pace. Didn't know if I could keep it up. Oh, look at this acceleration. Look at her go. Oh my god, guys. So potent. We're making the head spin. We're making the head spin. Oh yeah. Disco time. Is there anything else up here? Oh yeah, there's this thing. Yep, disco head time. Disco head. Oh yeah. Oh, it just perpetually recharges its zoom meter. That's nice. That's good. We needed that. That was necessary. We must always be zooming. And have our hand on the H button as well. And the space bar. And the triggers. It actually might be a bit too hard. Well, there we go. A, clothing iron. Most potent weapon known to man.
Solo build rate must fall.
Who knew?
Solo build rate must fall. 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 Solo build rate must fall.
Oh, I'm out of ammunition.
Solo build rate must fall. Solo build rate must fall.
Yeah. Forward, horsey. Delightful. Ah, so this is how you get the achievement for destroy everything on a map. Gotcha. to do like $1 million worth of property damage or something. This is how it's done. I think it's still a glitched out achievement. Well, that was among the dumbest and also most gratifying experiences in gaming I've had. But it was a bit too hands-off, I gotta say. A lot of this patch has so far been really, here's a bunch of hands-off stuff that's cool and have fun. And I appreciate it. I do. But still. Alright. Under operations, intel... what was it? Lure. Brigadors. Season 1, Episode 3. Uncage the Big Man. A mysterious voice calling himself the Big Man welcomes the Brigador heroes to their new home, Brigatown, and teaches them about the power of money. He then sends them on their first contract, Antros. Season 4, Episode 13. Volta Polka. About to be overrun by sludge O's, PJ and Johnny are saved when a mysterious plate-faced stranger lures the monsters away with his whimsical concertina playing. Once safe, they track down the laconic Voltan and welcome him as the newest Brigador hero. Season 6, Episode 24, Conspiracy Part 1. When the friendly Nobrians suddenly start shooting at Brigatown with their orbital guns, Spitz and Tucky go undercover and find out that a new enemy, the Yellow Yucks, are able to secretly infect and control people, including the High Council, but are captured in the process. Season 7, Episode 1, Conspiracy Part 2. The Big Man uses his special Brigatown equipment to break out Spitz and Tucky, but Tucky is injured by the Yucks in the process. Leaking fuel, they can't escape the Yucks horde, which chases them into a dead end. They are confronted by the head Yucks named Bad Chief, who announces his plans to destroy Brigatown. Spitz uses her ceremonial SNC lighter to ignite the fuel trail, which blows up an ammo depot and buries all the Yucks. As Spitz and Tucky leave, Bad Chief crawls out of the rubble and looks out menacingly at Brigatown. Oh my god. That's hilarious. In-universe, there is a cartoon that glorifies war crimes, or a comic book. Delightful. Turns out the yellow raincoats were zombies all along. Oh boy. Letterard. A sleepy district in the process of considerable restructuring. Letterard is one of the last districts to get the full Great Leader military makeover. Several sectors have no ammo depots and there's only a handful of orbital guns, partly because there are fewer strategic assets overall. Otherwise, it's a fairly mixed-use, urban-suburban district with some farmland, much of it gone to seed. Are you seriously going to let rookie Brigadors loose there when this whole thing goes down? Turn on Easter eggs if you want more challenge. You get even more new vehicles if you do so. Oh Christ. It's only a war crime if they had a Geneva to police it, implying our own Geneva polices goddamn anything. Villa Agrada Luxury Resorts. One of the rare places that didn't get demolished or restructured when Great Leader took over. A luxury resort equipped with a golf course, exactly the kind his revolutionaries love to smash apart. The spaceport saw some action back then, when the concern was withdrawing their upper echelon. They paid for those beautiful wide-open views. The apparat chicks couldn't stop the hail of rockets aimed right at their private spacecraft. The resort's still there in its full pre-revolution glory, with minor repairs to maintain structural integrity. Some of the buildings were selected to be open to the public, acting as a war remnants museum, chronicling the crimes of the SMC. The rest are reserved for first families and the officials who graduated from outer core residentials. Yeah, the irony was lost on them. It's a quiet place. Lay down on the grass and look towards the skies, where the guns are aiming, and enjoy the silence. It won't last much longer. Well, there we go. We've got all our acquisitions. Again. Time for settings. Easter eggs. Easter eggs. Nothing new to be gotten in here. Actually there is. The Seeker. Okay. I can play as suicide bombs. Delicious. I love it. This is fantastic. Auto-firing weaponry? Hilarious. I was wrong. Varlets have 3 uses. Spotting, drawing fire, and occasionally doing this. I know they look exactly like every other overburdened delivery varlet out in the deads, but under that ridiculous pile of boxes are high explosives. There's a vague hand wave at up-armoring the driver's seat, but that's a fake-out. These take even fewer hits than a varlet usually can. The trick is to spot them before they're on top of you exploding, which is a lot harder than it looks. There are a lot of loyalist light vehicle crews in the graveyard that can tell you that. There's talk that Corvids drive these by remote control, but I sincerely doubt it. I love it. I love it a lot. Loyalist infantry. There we go. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. He's vibing. He's vibing. He's having a great time. I'm actually quickly going to check what the new achievements are in this game. Blood Anniversary Part 2. Unlock all bonus content and acquisitions. Yay. What is my last locked achievement, then? Oh, complete the new missions in the campaign mode. Gotcha. Well, we'll do that at some point. But for now, here we go. Vehicle. What's our vehicle? Our vehicle, maybe. Civilian. We're doing it. Yeah. I know what I have to do. I know what I have to do. It's... This is it. Come on, where are the enemies at? I gotta know. This is so dumb. This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. I love it. I love it a bit. Come here, boy! he look at him, he even jumps up and down, happy. He's so happy with himself. Look at this dude. He's so happy. Oh, I love him. Oh my god. Yes, please, bring your friends. Oh my god. It's so good. It's so good. Oh. I can play as a suicide bomber. It's the greatest feeling ever. Come on, Rat King. Let's go. You and me, Bouse. He doesn't even have a horn. He just gets really excited every time he gets hit. It's the greatest. And every time he just suicides on someone, he gets really happy. He starts jumping up and down. He is the cutest thing in the world. Oh, it's so good. Yay. It's so funny, just running people down and exploding on them. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Or I suppose, yeah, you can activate the horn by pressing H, and that also gets him to start jumping up and down. Oh good, you can't destroy buildings. But you can do damage to them by walking into them, which is fucking hilarious. Like, this tree is flashing. Let's get our run meter back up to full and see what we can do. Fuck all. Gotcha. Okay, Loyalist Infantry. But we've got to turn off the infinite ammo and the invincibility. Freelance, yes, yes. Oh my god, you can give him actual weapons. Very large meat gun. And a meat gun. This is what people were talking about. Got it. Okay, interesting. Cute. Okay, so, not a big fan of this very large meat gun, but I'll take 2 meat guns. I'll take 2 meat guns. Give me the meat, boys, and free my soul. Oh my god, it's literally firing meat. Oh my god, imagine getting murked by someone firing an entire raw chicken at you. I'm about to get irradiated. Let's go. Oh my god. This guy doesn't have a horn. I'm disappointed. Disappointed. Oh my god. You see, I'm pressing H and he ain't screaming. Enjoy the rapid fire meat. Yes. You may have heard of beating the meat. Well, turns out that sometimes people beat you with the meat. Oh, Christ. Yo, how did I activate that? F1? Gotcha. No. There is something I gotta do. I gotta change the pilot to... Oh, what was it? I forget his name. The Auditor, that's the one. Only sees civilians. We're here to kill civvies with meat. Ooh, man. Ooh, let's write our name. Let's write our name. Oh, this is gonna be tough. If not next to impossible. Alright, well, so much for trying to write my name. One of them just shoots a civilian? I must find this. I must find the one that shoots a civilian. Okay. Pilot. Well, let's go back to Precursor James. Let's not press the wrong button. Rat King. Meat gun and very large meat gun. Let's try this again. It's sort of hard to tell what he's firing. I mean, I gotta say, the meat guns are cute. Okay. Let's try to find a weapon. Heavy and an auxiliary, maybe. Okay, wait, so we tried 2 heavies, we tried 2 smalls. 2 mediums. I have to find something that mounts 2 mediums and that mounts 2 auxiliaries. What was it? Or mains. I think mains is the one I'm looking for. Meat gun and very large meat gun. Yep, that's the one that fires the civilian. I found it. It's a bit hard to tell, but I found it. Actually, in the settings, I think there's a way to, game speed. Yeah, 50%. There we go. Yep, there it is. There's the dude. Oh, Christ. This may be the most important update in gaming history. I'm convinced. Oh, it's so delightful. Okay. And I do still have to see what the meat guns are like for dual auxiliary. So, vehicle, something that mounts dual auxiliary. Dual turret, that's another one. Primary, or meat gun, followed by very large meat gun. Let's try you. Okay, we once again have to turn the game speed down. It's sort of hard to tell what it is. I think it's just a bunch of giblets. Like legs and arms. It's all just arms. All of it. Now. 2 auxiliary slots. Does anything mount 2 auxiliaries? There we go, we found it. Meat gun, very large meat gun. Imagine how those poor NEP soldiers must feel having humans yeeted at them as projectiles. It's the Middle Ages all over again, boys. Yeehaw. Okay, rapid fire leg. What? No visible projectile, but a large spattering of meat. Forming a crater, even. Oh my god. Crater meat. Oh, look at this. Look at all the crater meat. Mmm. Delicious. Oh, Christ. Wow. I'm very impressed. Game of the year. Right here. We found it, boys. We found it. Is there anything else? Ugh. Is there any other specialty item? Anything at all? Because if not, at this point I'm just going to take requests. What kind of vehicle am I driving? What kind of guns am I putting on it? And I mean, I imagine the pilots are just going to remain the same as Precursive James. So what is chat going to throw at me? I'm curious. First come, first served. Human flesh launched and leaves a blast hole that big. Ammo confirmed as land whale feminist. Oof. Big oof, bud. Big oof and crater, bud. Well, so far I ain't seeing anyone coming up with things they want to see me run. Y'all letting me down. Juke with lockdown black hand camo. Where's our juke again? Well, shit. Random district run, here we go. Oh, hello. Damn it. I was facing the wrong way. Okay. Alright. Stealth mission, boys. Stealth mission. Okay. Slow and steady. That's how we're winning this race. Juke, lockdown, blackhand, not the worst combination. I like it. Mostly because the black hand can shoot through buildings. And I'm glad I remembered that. Damn, she's zippy. Hello. I want to know why that thing didn't die as fast as it should have. That big old stompy thing. But then, look, I'm not complaining, mostly because I'm still alive. Uh-oh. Okay, had a bit of a lag, but we solved the problem by no longer lagging. Delightful. Thank you. Mobile ammunition. Always good. Always good. All right. Okay. Gosh, how I would appreciate some ammunition. And Lord knows I'm gonna get it. Lord knows. Ah, crap. You always hate to get hit by suicide bombers. Just as well I'm dealing with Corvids, guys who have more health pool than they have shields ever, so that's a plus. A good plus, too. And of course, you always find time to bully the civilians. Every time. You never don't find time to bully civvies. After all, it's Brigador. War crimes is what we do. Alright. Stealth mission proceeding admirably. So admirably, in fact, I think I feel comfortable starting to destroy the central pile of nonsense. Delightful. Well, we'll take that one on the chin. Disappointed we didn't get the Hannibal. I want to get killed in style. Which one is the Hannibal? Don't quite remember. It's an acquisition somewhere, maybe? Something Hannibal. Trying to do a quick scan with mine eyes. Do we get access to the Canary? I don't remember. Oh, this thing. I mean, we have things that are close to it, though. I mean, not quite as bloody deadly. But certainly close. And now I guess a coffin run, because that also came up. So. Where were we? There's the juke. Civilian. My god. Primary. Gatling mortar. Sounds good. Sounds good. And a faker. Why not? What could possibly go wrong? Right, I've forgotten how this thing functions again. We don't talk about that one. We're just not going to talk about that one. I'll take it. I'm liable to kill myself in this thing. Aw, I wanted to see the shells fall. Anyway, that's not a weapon setup I like. So we'll just do the following. The scimitar made you fall in love with Artie. Damn. Guess that's why they call it the coffin. Yep, that would be one of the reasons. That said, we have to get a better secondary weapon. It has to be something like a bone saw. If we're gonna do this madness. I have a weird feeling I'm dealing with spacers. Yep. What do you know? Every time. Okay. I don't think very many of them actually carked it. This is one of the dumbest things I've had to do in video games. Can you, like, die? Thank you. Excellent. Most excellent. It was like doing a reverse creeping barrage. I don't know what to think of it. I don't like those things. Oh, I killed myself. And got that guy, though. Alright, one more shot in this thing. Is the coffin really that bad? Sort of. Certainly with the loadout I'm giving it, it's tough. Tougher than it needs to be. I'm trying my best to get out of this situation. It's not working. Yep, there it is. They found me. Softer than a juke, but more heavily armed. Yeah, that is true. But only because of its turret mount, which doesn't actually swing fully. It doesn't fully go 360, which is eh. The best way to describe it is that it has idiosyncrasies. Like some real idiosyncrasies. Let's go with a donkey and a Modus on this guy. Let's see how that works out for us. Oh yeah, the donkey is the short one. The really short one. The really short one. Oh, cool. We found the rat's nest, boys. We did it. Okay, no. With this weapon loadout, we have to be able to do one of these missions. We just have to. Okay, we're still alive. And what big words did I pull out? I don't remember pulling out big words. You gotta love those situations. Yeah, I'm not really of the type that likes enemies running into my range, so to speak. I like being a bit more proactive with my engagements. See, like this, making enough noise to wake up an entire city. That's the way I roll. I mean, it sure as shit don't hurt that I'm dealing with spacers. After all, these guys just love love battle balling. Alright, stage 2 on its way. Gotta get the enemies gone one way or another. That was a bit hairy. A little bit hairy. The sort of hairy that you pull it out of your mouth after, you know, you forgot to trim your mustache, and then you bite into a burger and wonder, whose hair is that? Turns out it's yours. It wasn't the guy with the hairnet that was making it for it. It wasn't his. Decidedly not his. You stop that right the fuck now. Okay, well, radiation, it's a problem. At least you can run over civilians in this thing. Wait. Spacers? Spacers. Cool. I love being off by a tiny bit and not being able to hit my target. That one's always fun. Delightful, delightful. Okay. Taking this one in stride. This one's going well so far. Okay, okay, okay. That's not fun. Come on. I had to sneak up on him and everything. Eh. I got myself turned around. Oh well. Idiosyncrasies. Ah, well, now it's one. Go look up the definition. It's unique, as most definitions tend to be. Nope, no way. There we go. Damn it! Come on. We were so close. There were some vehicles the Precursor was simply not meant to pilot, and that is none of them. There are no vehicles that the Precursor was not meant to pilot. Thank you for pointing it out, Trailblazer. You can pat yourself on the back for that observation. It is a very valuable observation. It's not an obvious observation by any stretch. It takes some skill in deductive reasoning that is quite powerful and unique. And I'm just glad that you're the one that has those kinds of abilities. Sorry, am I laying it on a bit thick there? We'll lose him in the woods. And I think I successfully lost them in the woods. Cool, cool. Makes life easier. Damn. I could have sworn I hit that guy so many times. Thick and creamy. That's the way you want it laid on? Well, unfortunately, we've only got skim milk here. I'll get one of these missions at some point. God knows they're tough, but I'll get them at some point. Not by running into guys like that, though. Yeah. Christ. This weapons package is very non-synergetic. Because it sure as shit don't synergize with the way I like to play this game. Alright, come on. Okay, so far so good. I say speaking too soon, as I often tend to. Why is it so easy to get caught in these situations as this vehicle? Like, a mongoose wouldn't have this many problems. And it only has 2 small hard points. I mean, dedication is one word to use. It might not even be the correct word to use. But it is a word, and people can use it. And you're one of them. You just used it. Okay. We're still waiting on the run. And, I mean, it's unlikely to be this one. Just by virtue of its spacers again. But one of the true things about this map is this is probably, like, the easiest map to face spacers on. If only by virtue of the fact that they're always in that back or in the far right corner. Always. Never once are they not in that corner. Birds fly, grass grows, and those spacers are always going to be in that back right corner. Every time. Every time out of 100. Aside from, you know, a couple of tiny forces here and there, which nobody really cares about. You find spacers to be the most fun to fight. Literally the battle ball force. No, we defeat those from range. Continuing to defeat those from range. I ain't fucking with that close. But no matter what, those tall scout mechs of the spacers are like the most difficult to kill. I just don't understand what it is, but their hitbox screws with me. Something fierce. And I hate it. It really done do. See, look. These guys right here. Okay. Yep. Terror. Absolute terror. This is fine. Okay. We're still peachy keen. We are green, very, very mean. I forgot that that thing has a stupid long range. Delightful. Just out of range. Fucking hell. Come on. One time. That's all I need. One time. Whew. Except for the spotter aggravs, they actually take advantage of being aggravs and straight, making them so hard to hit at any sort of range. The StreamElements bot decided to say that it's running. Actually, hold on a second. It's been bloody forever since I've streamed, so... I believe this was the one. And just checking on something in the background, you see? Ah, Christ. $2 tip from somebody. But it doesn't actually say what. Well, if there was a message tied to it, and if it was like a Happy 4th of July message from Carol Wolfpup, thank you. I just don't have this set up so that I can actually check it correctly. It just told me that the bot's running, and that's about all I know. Maybe it'll be showing up elsewhere. No message. Okay. No message, just a tip. Gotcha. Oh, hello. Yes, please run into my 50 cal. I need to get overlays set up correctly because I never bothered to the last time around. And it's just gonna become more and more of a problem as time goes on. Just because it's something that I didn't bother setting up correctly the first time around. This guy's just driving backwards, and that really fucked with me. Got me caught on it. Sweet Jesus. Well, in any case, thanks for the $2. And now, keeping this bloody ball and chain rolling. Because Lord knows, I'm a determined human being. A real human being, even. A real human being. Delightful. God, those things are just so tough to destroy. So are these. In fact, there's just a lot that's tough to destroy in this game. But we're making it out just fine. Just dandy. Absolutely brilliant. We did it. Phenomenal. I mean, if I was a normal person, I would probably just bounce out of these missions the moment I got one of the objectives completed, but no. I have to complete all of the objectives before I consider it a mission complete. So, out of curiosity, how many people also play that way? Where you have to complete all the objectives or else it's not a complete mission. I'm curious and I want to know. No. None of that. Zero. I ain't dealing with the car tower. Well, that's a war horn. Nine. Nope. Nope. Okay. Well, we're alive. And what have we learned? Can I get a shout of fuck all? I think fuck all is what we learned today. I hate everything around me. Yeah, hi. I'd like to be anywhere that isn't currently here. Fuck. Alright. Hold on, that's an important one. I need that. Oh, we're saved. Praise the Lord and pass the ammunition. We're saved. No. Where were we? Right, there was a whole gaggle fuck of enemies over this direction. Delightful. Okay. We are still doing really phenomenally. Okay. We're in the home stretch. We are in the goddamn home stretch. Or as some people like to call it, the choke stretch. I'm not normal. Thanks, Carol, Wolfpup. Thank you. Was anything new added to Brigador lately, you also asked? Yes, there was. There was a bunch of stuff unlocked, as well as like an Easter eggs feature that introduces good things. If you haven't played it already, you should. It's fun. None of us are. Okay. Always playing that way. Okay, at least I'm normal in the respect that everyone seems to play this game the exact same way I do. Which is nice. That's some validation that is very useful for me. Delightful. Might as well finish that off with 50s. Finish you off with 50s. Ah, Christ. There's a bunch of them. Okay, okay. The order of the day is GT to the FO. Oh, hello. Okay, okay. All right. I don't know what it was one of you! It was one of them. Tragic. Terrifying. Okay, we got the captains, one more garrison unit. And 2 comm towers. Other than that, we've killed everything on the map. Okay. I'm finding this one last guy. I'm doing it. He's not allowed to live. Come out wherever you are. Let's go. Usually the only time you skip orbital guns is if you don't have any weapons that can do enough damage to buildings. Fair enough. Ah, there he is. True 100% completion as the coffin. Suck it, nerds. To the base. Yeah, the horn is pretty great in the coffin. I like it. Very much appreciated. Fucking hell. Oh boy. So, what's next? What in the heck is next? I ain't piloting tiny mechs no more. Nor tiny vehicles. I think I've had my, I've paid the suffering tax. So chat, what kind of vehicle do you want to see me in now? So long as it's not a civilian, an infantry unit, or a tiny mech or vehicle. Those are your only exclusions. Only ones. Tonk. Well, that sure as shit narrows it down. Tonk. This is a tonk. It has auto-firing weaponry, but it's a tonk. So is that. This is also a tonk. Is the Batushka tiny? It's pretty damn tiny. I ain't doing the Batushka right now. I'm calling this one tiny. Scimitar and Bonesaw. Favorite build? I believe you, but I'm not doing it. I can't bring myself to do it. Sure, it'll be cute, but it'll be cute at another time. Not now. I could do the rounder, but I don't wanna. The soundtrack is bloody fire, let me tell you. It is bumping. Having just come off of a Corvid vehicle, I'm not really interested in doing another one. I don't want it to be too heavy. I think I'm gonna go for a Prowler. I've taken the decision out of your hands. Car Tower? Really? The treehouse? I mean, funny, but no. I don't want it to be overkill, you know? I don't want to be too easy. Okay, I'll do the Saint Benjamin. That's the one I'll do. We'll give it a Bonesaw for anti-infantry purposes. No, we're not going to give it a Bonesaw. We're not going to give it a Donkey. I think we'll give it a Temblor. A Temblor and... I think we'll go with the Abbot. Abbot and a Temblor. And we'll give it a smoke projector. He just walked into his own artillery shell, and I'm glad for it. And I forgot that the Temblor is the anti-structure laser, which is just as well. Owie. This thing is actually somewhat difficult to pilot. Not... Man, this thing is real hard to pilot. Okay. Delightful. Ow. Man, I'm really picking the weapon combos right now that are just the worst. Come on. Alright. Let's give it another go. Darwin Award for that dude. Yeah. He deserved it. Oh. Yeah, I'll take this one. That was just bad. Okay. Bad place to be. Bad place to be. Ah, fuck. Speaking of bad places to be, this is another one of them. This is fine. The hell spotted me? Oh my god. Delicious. Ah, where was we? Where was we? Oh, for fuck's sake. Just get splashed. I need something to give me a non-zero amount of shielding. Like that. Okay. Okay. Excellent. There we go, some reasonable ammunition. Okay. Okay. We've killed the garrison, the captains, now we just have buildings to destroy. Yay. Took some effort, but we did it. Okay, and now for the substations. Alright, where was the nearest exit? I think it's this way. Yep. Pa-pow. And she's done. Ooh, okay. It's sort of like we were piloting the coffin anyway, because you see, there's a coffin chassis right there as our turret. It's like we just piloted another one. Shucks. Now what do we want to go with? The Mantis is always a fun one. Dual metronome. I'm gonna hate it. I know I'm gonna hate it. I don't see anyone stopping me, though. Right, let's be a bit more tactical about that, you know? God, I hate guessing trajectories. Okay. This'll have to be where we figure out artillery. I'm not giving myself a choice. It has to be done. We're doing it live. Eh. Why not just suicide into it? I just don't like the indirect fire weapons, aside from... which one is it? The... Harvester? But that's just because it's so fire and forget that you almost don't have to worry about where you're aiming at. I just find that I'm never quite able to take advantage of the lobbing of the artillery and still able to get out scot-free. Yeah, I know that lining up the turret in the lower makes using momentum to aim much easier. And lower acceleration vehicles, yeah, they'll also help, again, make it easier, but I just find it so difficult to gauge where the shell is going to land. Like, I would really have liked a circle at the end of your trajectory arc to at least mark down where the shell expects itself to land. Rather than just the line, because the line doesn't communicate enough information, I find. Why not Dual Preacher? Let's give Dual Preacher a go. I forget how this gun works. Alt-firing them is actually not bad. Is this the weapon you start the game off with in the first campaign mission? Well, it has cooled off a fair bit. I'm gonna try to sleep again. Well, you have a good one, Carol. You certainly enjoy trying to sleep. We recently got ourselves an air conditioner, and it works. So that's good. God knows it was such hell here when it was 40 degrees Celsius weather. It was so hot. And I was at the start of the week, and I was working outside too. It was hell. Forget anything about sleep. I think I got myself heart palpitations thanks to that. Because the only thing able to keep me going at that point was coffee. And you know, just to really top things all off. You know, you go outside and you grind some lead paint off of a window. That one's always fun. What a lovely crossfire. Also, all of the railgun aggravs, that was nice. You can get the going back to the whole artillery question. Timing is the problem, and you can use the cursor to get a good enough picture of where I'm aiming most of the time, keeping in mind that you don't need to hit dead on. And yeah, with the scimitar, you fire so many shots that it's, again, effectively a good fire and forget, but it's still so slow. just how long it takes shells to travel. Well, that was abject terror. What the fuck? What a lovely way to open up a mission. Nothing but, like, the super heaviest of vehicles. There's 57 captains. Oh my god. Wow, that was some snarky shooting on my part, wasn't it? Delightful. I mean, that one was really on me. Should have aimed better. Okay. I'd like some shields now. He says while running headlong into a Rat King. One of those do as I say, not as I do sort of deals. And I keep forgetting I have the EMP at my disposal. Already in the game is really high reward, being some of the highest damage weapons in the game if you hit, but you can't react quickly due to the travel time, and hitting things is not simple. Yeah. Sure, it's great risk-reward, I just wish it would communicate better to you. Yeah, I mean, as with all things, the more you do it, the better at it you become. So, do I often use artillery? No. Mostly because I find it does have that poor communication aspect to its risk-reward scenario. I'd be much more content with it if it was able to give me clearer information than it already does. Because I can't really say it does give you clear information. That's another one of those mechs that really... that I find really difficult to hit for some reason. Right, where are we going now? This way. I also like mechs that just have really direct fire weaponry like this. Personally, machine guns are my favorite. I just love the burst aspect of them. They're just such monstrous, monstrous fun. Also, as you can sort of tell, I like moving around as my preferred playstyle in this game. I hate getting boxed into corners, so that one's always a rough one for me. Right, where do I still need to go? Down this way. Yeah. Yeah, I like running at enemies. Running at enemies is a great time. Knife fighting, always fun. Still a couple of enemies left on the map, but I'm not going to be too bummed out about it. I think we can leave. So long as the objective marker's on green, I'm pretty okay with leaving. Yeah, it doesn't support a lot of playstyles, I will admit. Oh, I found the enemies. I found the enemies I thought I wouldn't have to deal with. Well, now there's just 2 of them left. Yeah. Just quickly going through it, in terms of favored vehicles, Mantis, definitely one of them. Auxiliary weapons tend to be some of the best, like the Preacher here, great. The Jericho, I don't remember enough about it right now, but the Belter and the Stutter are machine guns I've used to all hell. The Metronome, not a great fan. The Chuffer, again, I'm not terribly a fan of the chemical weapons in this game. The Broiler is pretty cool. The Galena is pretty cool. And, of course, the very large and standard meat guns. Those are also very cool. The Toro, iconic as hell. But, again, I prefer the Mantis. Monarch, it's... I've only ever been on the receiving end of it. Not a great fan. The Praetor is a mech that exists and I've never really used. Nor do you really come up against it very often. The Swede is weird. It has a weird weapon that I hate. I think it was the... What is it? Zeus? Pitbull? Baleo? No. Is it one of the primary weapons? Is it the Chieftain? It's the one that slows enemies down as they're approaching it while it's being fired upon them. I think it's the Chieftain. I don't know. One of them I hate a lot. I just hate it. No, it isn't the Chieftain, but it is this weird green energy thing. Yeah, I don't think you can play with it. All I know is it does damage, and it grinds you to a halt. I think the Canary also uses it from time to time. The Buckmaster. Buckmaster is a pretty great one. Just very zippy mech. Very maneuverable. I like it. Haven't really screwed around too much with the Sparrow. The Fork, I think I've used once, and it's actually pretty okay. Never tried the Dorothy, really. Nor the Pelennor, although that's apparently a new one. The Mongoose. Mongoose is cute, but it's tough. It's like if I want to play an easier Varlet run. Rat King... eh. It does its thing. It has big weapons. Woohoo. Out of the Corvid mechs, nothing really is too much of a standout to me. Nothing I like playing. The Coffin, of course, is cute, but I mean, you know, it's a coffin. The Fence isn't terrible. The Spacer mechs overall, I hate the way they look, which, you know, is more or less deliberate. I especially hate the Sledger. I hate this thing with a passion. Like, it in campaign missions, terrible. Fucking loathe it. The Juke, it's cute. I like. Yeah, relying on armor is tough, but it makes the knife fighting that much better, let me tell you. Yeah, none of the spacer mechs really are a standout to me. A lot of them just do a thing, and they're good at doing that thing. They're big, they're lanky, they have a lot of shields. It's a weird life, playing as a spacer. But their mechs, nothing strikes me as too standout. Never really fucked around with the Citadel. I mean, it's big, it's okay. It's basically a treehouse. The low mill. Of course, growing up playing Command & Conquer, how can I not love a massive 2-barrel tank? It's an apocalypse tank. It's a bigger, beefier, more destructive apocalypse tank. More of these. The Kilgore looks ugly as sin, but it's pretty decent. I sort of like the Canmore because it reminds me vaguely of the Battle Barn, i.e. the FV-4202, I believe it is. Either way, like one of those big British tank destroyers. It's cute looking. The Prowler is a bit of a fun one to tool around with. Pretty zippy without being able to destroy things too easily with its ram speed. The Pantry Boy and the Troubadour are both hell on wheels. Terror. Corvid tanks. The Treehouse. Good horn. That's it. The Dragon. I really hate how difficult it is to turn this thing. The Killdozer. It's a special sort of fun. It's not the sort of fun you can have on any old day, but it can be fun. The Broken Heart it exists. The St. Benjamin, I could see myself playing more of. The Nickel isn't a bad one. Party Van, again, great horn, that's about it. The Varlet, you know, you play the Varlet because you want to suffer. The Brunhilde and the Fafnir, while cute, I don't really have much to say about them. The Hadharat and the Hatun, whatever. The Haseki is an interesting beast. I like playing with this. The campaign missions in which you get it are pretty reasonable too. The Quill is just weird. The Rounder is a good all-round tank, pun intended. And then you have your small vehicles, which are, you know, they exist. Loyalist Agravs, I think the Raider is one I like, mostly because you use it in the campaign very early on, and it's pretty iconic. The Broadsword, The Buckler is an interesting one. The Tomahawk gives me fear. And of course, you know, you have to play as the Starship Torpedo. But no. Most of the Loyalist Agravs don't strike me as fancy. Corvid Agravs, nothing that I really am a fan of, though the Swordfish is cool just because of how its acceleration works. It's really terrible at side strafing, but damn if it can't sit forward. The Rope Kid is also a fun one to tool around with. I mean, you can't not love this thing. The Cataphract is... it exists. The Vex is fun. The Prism is just too slow for my liking. The Arlo is okay. The Joust, it can be fun. And that about really does it for things I like to consistently roll out in. Hello there, Burnout-kun. You say you got here just in time. You can unironically play as a torpedo now? Yes. You know, just for the hell of it, let's do it. Actually, hold on a second. Can I give it weapons? Absolutely not. Good. Yep, there it is. That's how you play. But really though, what you're actually supposed to do with these things in order to just have yourself some dumb fun, is really just go infinite ammo. I don't know if it actually uses ammo, but infinite ammo and invincibility. Bam. Because the cheats are now available to you for free. Buenos dias, fuckboys! It's so good. It's just so good. This is what I always wanted. I didn't even know I always wanted it, but yeah, I did. Oh my god. It's such dumb fun. You can technically deal damage with suicide units if you give them the kinetic pulse. Fair enough. Actually, you know what? This inspires me. It inspires me to give that a shot. Okay. Our vehicle will be... Oh, where is it? Tank spacer. It's this one, right? It has additional auto-firing weaponry. Audio kinetic pulse. Let's give it a go. Yeah! This is gonna be tough. Like, I legit don't think it's gonna be possible for me to do this. But I'm gonna give it a shot anyway. I wanna at least try taking out... Oh no. I got intercepted. Okay, this one should be interesting. Mostly because we're dealing with spacers. Oh. My god. Well, that just was not the map nor the setup for it. Okay. So let's try taking out all of the guns, and then exiting. All of the guns and then exit. No, that's dumb, because they're going to be camping one of the guns. I mean... Ah, shit. Well, it's a good thing I'm fast and able to recharge the kinetic pulse. You don't see shit. Fuck. I hate those things with a passion. I think I'm gonna go for Garrison Kill. Garrison Kill is actually gonna be tough, so... that's the one I'm aiming for. Okay. This is manageable. Fuck. Okay. No, we keep you around for purposes of a shield. We're not killing you just yet. Well, that didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Okay. Slow and steady. Fuck. Ah, got myself cornered. Well, we'll give it another shot. Oh, Christ. What? What just killed me? Alright, well. I guess we'll just have to give that another good goddamn go. Loyalists. Yeah. I ain't feeling the loyalists. Not on that map. I ain't feeling this map either. I ain't feeling that enemy setup. That's just great. Love me pitbull, love me friendly fire, love me garbage truck. Simple as. Railguns, not the greatest thing to run up against in this vehicle, gotta say. Yeah, I guess we'll just run headlong into a go-kart. That's good. Oh, it's another one of these. Delightful. Chef's kiss. I think now more than ever is a time for us to not be here. That was not the way I wanted it. Of course I have to run into him. Of course. Okay. Guns only. It's just a little bit tough. Just a little bit. Look, did anyone ask for your opinion? I don't remember asking. Does anyone else here remember asking? Because I don't. Yum. It's just so much. Yeah, no, there are definitely some maps that this is more of a doable thing on. So far, this ain't one of them. Nor enemy setups. So, this little ball of destruction struggles really much with anything that isn't spacers. And anything that isn't a map with very, very easy access to the guns. Well, in any case, I think I'm going to do this. Has been fun, but Joseph needs to go to bed. And as a matter of fact, I honestly do too. Yeah, well, it has been fun getting back to Brigador after so long. Some of this new content was really, really excellent. And I do like the idea of going around in a... If you so much as brush the enemy, you're dead machine, because you'll just explode yourself. And just roll around with an audiokinetic pulse. And try to win. It's nice, but we're gonna have to take that up another time again. If at all possible, I'm gonna try going for a bit of a stream tomorrow as well. I don't know what my schedule is gonna look like tomorrow. I know for a fact I'm working at least until 5 p.m. But after that, if I can manage it, I'll be doing another stream. For now, though, I am going to have to hit the hay in a little bit. So, without too much ado, I think I'll bring this one to a close. Until next time, my name has been Smashed In, and I will see you all on another mech-infested battlefield, Though I think this time it's going to be MechWarrior 5. Although I've also been semi-interested in doing some Witcher 3. Or just like playing the Witcher games on stream for the lulz. So that might be another thing I go ahead and do. I'll see. In any case, until next time, I wish you all a good night.